Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for being my friend. Thank you, God, for your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. God, if there are any messages you have to share with me at this time, please do so. Thank you.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that will pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
All right, so let's take a look at the screen for a second. Yesterday I took my first trade again that I hadn't taken in a while. Okay, I hadn't taken a trade in a long time. It feels like forever, honestly. But this was my structure of market. Very likely we're gonna go back down here. We're gonna see for the pound dollar. It'll go back down here. When I did my chart analysis, I ran on my time frame trend, which is the 30-minute in this instance. And what I did was I went off of this candle right here. So clearly we can see a close out of this candle at 1618, the retracement. And because we saw that close, yeah, we can see that it's going the opposite way. And we saw, let me see, 1, 2 failures, and then we're going right back down. Right back down. And now here we are. So my entry point was here. So I basically said, okay, you know what? If we, well, let's go back over here to the 30-minute. Right. That's how we did it before. So let's say if I started off my retracement at this candle. The retracement went at this candle, right? So what we should have seen here was the retracement from 1618, but this was the first indication that we were failing because we had to close under 1618. We had to close above, but it was a weak close, and then we had a strong close down. After that strong close down, what happened? Well, And we then reverse all the way back down. So the ideal is we go from 1618 right over here and we see it close above. If we see it close above, usually we're going to see activity from here to about here. Okay. Or it could be from 1618, depending on how it is. Like if it's we get a 34 point whatever. Yeah, I have all the retracements here. I just got to remember how to use it again. It's been a while. Oh boy, all the momentum. So either which way, 1618 could have been a move to 1618 itself. Just because we had a failure here doesn't necessarily mean anything. We'd have to see a close above, but sometimes you get a strong close, right? So that's when you go down to the lower time frames to see what that move is. And also at the same time, we never want to see a swing. We never want to just base it off of this, right? This is just the major time frame trend. And the major overall time frame trend, if we zoom out, was this. And we could even see with market structure, just really simply, we could even see, what is it? Lower highs. We have lower highs everywhere, right? We got lower high, this one higher high, but then we had something right over here where it looked like it was about the same. There's no real evidence to show us, okay, this is where we're going again. So what happened? We had lower high once again here, and now here is where we are. So my original thesis was, okay, potential price swing could have been going up, but then as I looked out, I saw, okay, well, we were high up here. It looks like we wanted to, but again, it's only if we necessarily come out here, right? So if, let's say, how do I have more tools again? Oh, damn. Drawing tools, right? And you forget how to use all of this after a while if you don't do this. The brush, right? I would have had to have seen price come over here to say, okay, we're gonna now come back up. We didn't see that. So because it looked like the majority of price was now situated over here in the middle, you know, we could also have done a trend line from there as well. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is at this stage now. I'd say more price action exists at the lower time frames. And even then there's also what is it? TPO. Damn, how do I pull up these things again? Indicators, right? Right, session volume profile, right? Volume profile. Damn, it's been a while, man. It has really been a while. Right, and then we see volume. I still got to finish that trading book on volume. We can see the anomalies in volume from, let's say, right here. So we had a very strong bearish candle, bearish close over here. Very weak bullish candle, but yet we have more volume on here. So that's already a cause for like, well, what's that about? And this is what we want to look for. We want to look for these volume anomalies. This is what I realized as well. So if there's exhaustion coming in it usually indicate, and then there's a strong, if there's volume plus weak, strong volume, strong bearish candle, strong candle, weak volume, reversal. Whereas if there is a weak candle, there's a weak candle, okay? If there's a weak candle, but there is strong, if there's a weak candle, but strong volume, very likely a reversal. So you could even just take that for a bar, you know? And I think reading volume is incredibly important. Very likely we're going to have a revisit of price from here to here. I mean, you could just see it. You could just see it yourself. Just study the fucking tape. You can just see it. Well, I don't think this is studying the tape, but TPO. Yeah, we're missing TPO as well. Damn. TPO and volume profile. Market profile, auction theory. That's a very strong red bar. Let's mark that. Look at the last three swings, basically. Weak volume. There's got to be conviction behind it. So, again, this is not necessarily the most accurate. That's true. There's significantly more volume to the downside. This again indicates weak volume, so it very likely would go back down. But either which way, this was the trade I wound up taking. I executed from the 5-minute time frame. And basically, I just saw the range. I knew we hadn't visited here in a while. So that for me was like, okay, this should be a pretty simple setup. This was a 1 to 9. That was a terrible R multiple. You never want to do that. What I should have done instead was I should have said, okay, let's take out the Fibonacci. And let's... Nope. Mm-hmm. 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 That's what we could have seen. And had I seen that, I could have said, okay, well, let's try to go back down here for a 1 to 3.9, basically a 1 to 4. That would have been good too. That would have been much better, right, Gabriel? I think you're close, man. I think you're close, but I think you have to really decide, hey, man, what do I really want to do here? Do I want to sit and watch candlesticks print? And am I willing to do that? Am I willing to sit here and watch candlesticks print? I hear the inner voice saying no. Because this is time. This is time and a lot of uncertainty. And also, too, if you see here, if we just move this down now, and we looked at this next range, ideally you want to think about coming back up here before you go back down. But then again, if you go back in, everything closes back in, very likely you're going back up. Okay, but again, you probably would need a fundamental catalyst to determine that for you. Okay, dollar is set for the best week in 4 months. So if this is the pound versus the dollar, hawkish Fed, that means that the pound should be going down. So let's take a screenshot of this. I need your help refreshing my memory on trading because it's been a while since I've taken a trade. Period. Yesterday, I took a trade and it went in my direction for a short on pound versus dollar. Dollar, comma. And I'm just looking right now at the headlines in the news catalysts supposedly from TradingView, period. And I see this list of news, period. Now, when we say GBP USD, comma, are we saying that the base currency is the USD? Question mark. What is the GBP called again in this case? Question mark. And also, it's basically the pound against the dollar, correct? Question mark. So if the news is good for the dollar, then we should see the pound drop, correct? Question mark. So in the context of this news, comma, is this why we're seeing the pound drop in value? Question mark. Or am I completely wrong? Question mark. What would be the most accurate way, right way to see this? Question mark. Okay. I'll refresh the FX pair math. And again, there's nothing happening right now. So there's no need to look at taking a trade right now, right this very instant. It's usually when there's a news catalyst, and it's also best to take a trade when it's during hours. Show you the clean way to connect and not overconnect news headlines to price. Map it to what the short. The GBP is the base currency, right? Quote, currency is the dollar. So GBP USD is 1 GBP equals X US dollar. If GBP is 1.30, that means 1 pound buys da 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 da. What GBP called is what is GBP called in this case? It's the base currency. It's the quote currency or the term currency. Pound against the dollar, yes, but be precise. It's the pound priced in dollars. If news is good, for the dollar, should the pound drop? Yes. If the USD strengthens, all else equal, then it takes fewer dollars to buy 1 pound. GBP USD falls. So USD strength, exactly, pound down, okay. USD weakness, pound up. If you short pound, what are you betting? Short pound, you're betting the pair goes down. So the pound drops in value. Okay, so to confirm in very simple responses, comma, if let's say I see news sentiment of the US raising interest rates, comma, that would mean that they're having more of a hawkish monetary policy. Correct? Question mark. And that would be good for the dollar, because basically how I understand it is that inflation has stabilized, and now the Fed can raise rates again to make it harder to get loans, because they don't need to ease inflation or to cut interest rates to get people to incentivize to take out loans, basically, period. So if that's the case, comma, then that is very good for the dollar. And if that's good for the dollar, comma, then we should see the GBP have weakness, correct? Question mark? Or am I completely wrong on that one? If you were GBP, if you were short, what are you betting? Short, you're betting the pair goes down. That can happen via either or both. USD gets stronger or pound gets weaker. You don't need to know which one is driving it to profit from the short, but it matters for understanding and for whether the move is likely to continue. Are those TradingView headlines why the pound dropped? They could be consistent with it, but it's risky to say this headline caused the candle. From your screenshot, the Reuters blurbs looks like dollar set for best week in 4 months on hawkish Fed geopolitics. Dollar advances after data implies stable labor market economy. Those are USD bullish narratives, so they fit a falling GBP USD chart. But the right way to see it is headlines often explain after the fact. Price can move because of rates, expectations, flows, risk sentiment, positioning, technical levels, liquidity, and timing, even if news is quiet. The right way to interpret it is clean mental model. Uses 3-ship filter. Translate the pair. GBP USD down, pound weaker versus dollar. Decide the driver if you care. Check. Dollar index up, more likely USD strength. GBP crosses. Pound versus yen, pound versus euro down 2, more likely GBP weakness. US yields rising, Fed hawkish tone supports USD strength. UK rates news worsening supports GBP weakness. Don't overfit headlines. Use news as context, not the reason. Price is the final vote. One line cheat sheet. In pound, dollar, cable, right? That's what they call it, cable. In cable, pound is the base, USD, dollar is the quote, pound is the base, dollar is the quote. Pound or cable falling means USD is strengthening versus pound, or pound is weakening versus the dollar. Dollar strengthening, right? Good USD news, good dollar news typically pushes pound down. But don't assume a one-to-one headline to candle cause. Okay. Yes, mostly right. Here's a simple version. Raising rates, signaling higher for longer, hawkish. Raising rates. So yeah, anytime you raise rates for that particular country's economy, that's going to be more hawkish for them. That's going to be more of a positive for that currency. Okay, so is it fair to say that if a major central bank like the ECB or the Fed or the RBA, I think is what it's called, the Reserve Bank of Australia, says that they are cutting rates and they're taking more of a dovish monetary policy. Dovish monetary policy. Comma, we're likely to see weakness in that currency because there is inflation and they need to ease inflation by incentivizing stimulation of their resource, which is their currency, which is their fiat currency, period. And we're saying that if a central bank is raising their rates because the economy is like suffering and they need to economy is now showing, okay, it's getting better now, comma, then they raise their rates and take more of a hawkish monetary policy because, again, they want to limit the demand and supply of their currency so that way their currency maintains a significant level of strength at all times. Otherwise, it loses its value or its perceived value, comma, then that would mean that that currency now gets stronger, period. So when the currency gets stronger, we should see that specific currency in the financial markets typically do better than whatever the other currency it's being matched up against. ... Right or wrong here? Question mark. Give me green checks and red X's to tell me where I'm right and wrong. Okay. Mostly right. Here's a simple version. Raising rates, signaling higher for longer, hawkish. Hawkish Fed is usually bullish dollar because higher rates attract capital into dollar assets. 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 Right? Right, because then they want to ride it up. Right. Where you're slightly off, the Fed raises rates primarily to fight inflation, tighten financial conditions, not because inflation is already handled. If inflation is already clearly under control, they're more likely to pause or cut, not raise. Okay. Right. So it's the opposite way. If inflation is already clearly under control, they're more likely to pause or cut, not raise. So the clean chain is Fed is hawkish, higher expected rates, dollar stronger, pound drops. Pound looks weaker versus dollar. One important nuance, it doesn't mean pound is weak in general, it means pound is weak relative to the dollar. If the Bank of England turns hawkish at the same time or more hawkish than the Fed, pound can still hold up or even rise. Rule of thumb, trade the difference in rate expectations. Fed hawkish relative to BOE, pound down. Right, trade the difference in rate expectations. Fed hawkish relative to BOE. It doesn't mean pound is weak. It doesn't mean the pound is weak. In general, it means the pound is weak relative to the dollar. If the Bank of England turns hawkish at the same time, so if we have pound, Fed, a hawkish Fed, and we have a hawkish BOE, then we should see if it's more hawkish, the BOE is more hawkish than the Fed, the pound will still rise or hold up at its current rate. Cutting rates, dovish shift, usually weaker currency. Raising rates, hawkish, right? Strong currency, all is equal. Forex often moves on relative policy. Who's more hawkish versus who's more dovish. If a currency gets stronger, it tends to outperform the other currency in the pair. If a currency gets stronger, it tends to outperform the other currency in the pair. If a currency gets stronger, it tends to outperform the other currency in the pair. It outperforms the other currency in the pair. Outperforms the other currency in the pair, right? All right. USD stronger, euro down. Yep. They cut rates because there is inflation. No. They raise rates because there is inflation. And they need to ease inflation by stimulating. Cutting rates is used to support growth. Right. Okay, a one sentence response here. Colon. So are you saying in a very simple way, comma, that if there is inflation, comma, there is a need for the central bank to go hawkish? Question mark? Yes or no? Yeah. Right. To slow down. Right. So if there is inflation and prices are skyrocketing, the central bank of that particular country is going to step in and raise rates to stop prices from going out of control, basically. Okay. They don't cut rates because there's inflation, because then that would increase the inflation. They would raise the rates. So, and they need to ease inflation by stimulating, okay? Cutting rates is usually to support growth, right? Employment, financial stability can risk more inflation, not ease it, right? Cutting rates could risk more inflation, right? Wrong framing. Their resources, their currency, so they stimulate it. They create liquidity, yes, but the goal isn't to stimulate the currency, it's to stimulate economics activity by making money cheaper. They raise rates because the economy is getting better. Sometimes, but the main reason is usually inflation is too high. Inflation expectations are too hot and they tighten to cool demand. Important, markets trade expectations, not the announcements. If a hike cut was already priced in, the currency can move the opposite way on the day. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Clean rule. More hawkish than expected or more hawkish than the other central bank, currency up. More dovish than expected or more dovish than the other, currency down. Now the question is, what are the terms? What are the things that, okay. All right, so now the next question then is, how do people know in general whether or not a central bank's monetary policy is going to read as DOVISH or if it's going to read as HAWKISH? Question mark. I know that on the central bank's website, they have like the minutes or something like this, period. What are those meetings called? And what are specific telltale signs or like words that someone would put out? Like Jerome Powell, I think, is the chairman of the Federal Reserve or the head of the Federal Reserve. Is that right? Or am I wrong about that completely? Question mark. And like, if there are reporters that are coming in and let's say blogs and websites like fxstreet.com goes and says, writes a post that basically says, Powell is more da 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 da. Like, how do they know after the meeting whether or not the meeting came in greater than expected or lower than expected, or if it beat consensus or whatever? Yeah, I gotta get myself back up to par with these terms. And what are the exact like clues or words that someone would use in those meetings? A couple quick realities to keep you accurate. Yes, that's the typical playbook. If inflation is running hot and prices are ripping, a central bank will usually raise interest rates. A central bank is usually going to raise the interest rates and or tighten other policy tools to cool demand and slow price growth. A couple quick realities to keep you accurate. Rate hikes reduce borrowing and spending. Rate hikes reduce borrowing, spending. Yes. Helps tame inflation over time. Right. Because then they have to pay back the interest. Rate hikes reduce the borrowing and the spending. If inflation is mainly supply side, energy shock, shortages, hikes help less and can hurt growth. They won't always hike if the economy is breaking. They may pause even with inflation. If inflation is mainly supply side, energy shock, hikes help less and can hurt growth. Rate hikes reduce borrowing and spending. Rate hikes reduce borrowing and spending. If inflation is mainly supply side, hikes help less and can hurt growth. They won't always hike the economy. They won't always hike if the economy is breaking. Recession, financial stress, then they may pause even with inflation. Yeah. That is Jerome Powell. Yep. The chairman of the Federal Reserve. Here's how people know whether a central bank came off as hawkish or dovish and what exactly they read. What the meetings documents are called. Right. The FOMC. Right. It's been a while. U.S. Fed meetings, Federal Open Market Committee, outputs, rate decision statement, press conference, later minutes, and some meeting summary of economic projections, dot plot. And yes, Jerome Powell was the chairman of the Fed and also chairs the FOMC, ECB, European Central Bank Governing Council, Australia, RBA. How they decide hawkish versus dovish. People compare what hawkish versus what was expected, what happened versus what was expected price the decision. Did they hike, cut, hold versus consensus? Was it 25 BPPS versus 50 BPPS? The power of forward guidance, do they hint at more hikes or signal cuts soon? Did the expanded terminal rate move up or down? The language, tone, this is where the tails live. The language, this is where the tails live. The market's instant reaction, the cleanest lie detector. If bond yields jump and the currency rallies, market herd hawkish. If yields drop and the currency sells off, the market herd dovish. The pricing tools. Pros, watch interest rate pricing. OIS, swaps, futures. That's how they say beat expectations, missed expectations. It's not vibes. It's was the expected rate path repriced up or down. Telltale words, phrases people look for, hawkish tells, tighter, higher, longer. Inflation remains elevated, sticky. Further tightening may be appropriate. We are not confident inflation is moving sustainably towards target. Policy will remain restricted for some time. Upside risks to inflation. Labor market too tight. Demand still strong. Dovish tails, easier cuts sooner. Inflation has eased materially. Risks are becoming more balanced. Downside risks to growth. Policy is sufficiently restrictive. Okay, let's actually put that in here. Into Notion here. Into the trading operating system. Now it's coming back to me. Now it is coming back to me. Yeah, you gotta fucking cut that. You gotta cut that, man. Man, this is in your libraries. Module 1 is always libraries. Damn, we gotta get back to this, man. We gotta get back to this. Ugh, we gotta get back to all this. Mm. Hmm. How's it right now? Don't got time for that right now. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Strong volume on the weak side, strong volume on the downside. That would be the telltale sign. Now the question is, okay, next question, colon. If you look at the screenshot, period, comma, I have the volume indicator as well as price, period. Would you have been able to make a decision here as to whether or not and determine whether or not stronger volume and smaller candle could confirm that price would continue to move down, as you see to the far right with that big, massive bearish candle, question mark. And if so, comma, is it possible to code a script that can read that for me and execute those trades in real time, question mark. Now you would wait for the next reversal. And obviously, you also don't want to take the trade going up. So you'd have to wait for the price to come up high enough, and then you have to wait for the appropriate reversal here. So let's see if the other example here. Strong bullish. Okay, nope. And yes, nope. That's the entry signal right there. If we go based on just that, if let's say I missed this was a clear tell right here, right? Because we had what? A very weak bullish relative to the volume here. So that's already a sign. That's already a strong sign right there. Strong bearish volume. But this one says, okay, we have both a strong we have a engulfing. Let's put it like that. Let's put it engulfing candle and volume. So if we have an engulfing candle and volume relative to this one, yeah, okay, we could take that down. This could be the sign to get out because of the close on here. But then afterwards, what happens? We now see, yeah, and usually, you probably would make your way back down to here. And if anything, you always trade after the news catalyst or before it, if you're not so confident with trading FA. So we got here. Yes. Confirmation to the downside. That's a very strong bullish candle. Strong volume to say, hey, we might be going back up. But, I mean, if we're already at the high side here, stronger bearish volume. This one is a bit weak. That's the thing right there. That's the sign. But afterwards, we need to see right. So you not only want to pay attention to that, you also want to pay attention to trend. And we see here this candle right here. This guy right here. Still not strong enough. This guy right here is stronger. But you could be waiting fucking 30 minutes, 40 minutes. But that's also why some people keep it for like a couple of bars. That's another sign too. Stronger volume on the downside. Weak close up. Right, weaker volume. And then here we go. Volume still is not so strong. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So question for you, colon. Is it possible to code strictly from PineScript and connect a webhook to MT5 or to CTrader or a broker? Question mark. Do I need to directly be in another platform? Question mark. Or can I create scripts using and connect to other platforms with a webhook or API so that everything is central to TradingView? Question mark. Or in the case of need to code the script directly on there? Question mark. And how also does that work with trading for a prop firm with algos? Firm with algos. Can I use TradingView and PineScript, or do I need to go with whatever their broker is? Platform is? Question mark. Hmm. Hmm. refactor the code so that it fits whatever this is. How do I know the script is running? Question mark. How do I know when the script is going to execute? Question mark. And how do I shut it down? That's a now much better signal here. This is still significantly greater. So we should still see the price go down. Retail sales, forecast. That's about the only piece of news today. PMI. Okay, so today's going to be a busier day in the markets. Core PCE, GDP growth. Okay, so we should see pound then. There's a huge thing here. GDP growth rate. In line. Less spending. Price consumer index, core price consumer index, price consumer expenditure, core price consumer expenditure. All right, you can also just screenshot the thing to ChatGPT as well, if you really wanted to do that.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In today's quick guide, I'll show you exactly how to remove a script from your chart on TradingView. If you've ever loaded up an indicator or a custom script on your chart, maybe the RSI, a moving average, or anything else, and now want to tidy things up, you're in the right place. By the end of this video, you'll know how to keep your charts clean and focused without any unwanted scripts cluttering your view. Let's dive right in. First, make sure you're on TradingView. Just open up your preferred web browser and head over to tradingview.com. If you're already logged in or have a chart open, great. If not, log in as you normally would and pull up any chart you're working with. It doesn't matter if you trade stocks, crypto, forex. This method is the same across the board. Now at the top of the page, you'll see a few main sections. One of them is called products. This menu houses a range of TradingView's tools and features, but for removing a script from your chart, we don't actually need to interact with this section. I just want to clarify because sometimes people go hunting through menus looking for a way to manage their scripts, but it's actually much simpler than that. So looking at your chart, you probably have different indicators, maybe the RSI, MACD, or even a custom script showing in the grid view. Each one usually sits in its own pane, stacked above or below your actual price chart. You might be tempted to click directly on the script name or search for settings menu, but the quickest way is just to hover. So take your mouse and hover it over the indicator panel you want to remove. For example, say you've got the RSI displayed and you want to take it off. As you hover over the RSI area, don't click just yet. You'll notice some new little icons pop up on the right side of that pane. One of those is a trash icon or something that says delete pane. This small button is your best friend whenever you want to keep your charts neat and organized. Simply click on that delete pane icon, and that's it. The indicator or script vanishes from your chart instantly. It can feel a little nerve-wracking the first time, especially if you're worried about accidentally deleting the wrong pane. Don't worry. If you make a mistake, you can always add the script or indicator back by going to the indicators button at the top of your chart and searching for whichever one you want to reapply. Nothing is permanently lost, so feel free to experiment until your setup feels just right. Keeping your charts free of unnecessary clutter is a great habit, whether you're just getting started with TradingView or you're a seasoned trader. It makes it easier to focus on the price action and the signals that really matter to you. So to wrap up, you don't need to dig through complicated menus or settings. Just hover over the script you want to remove, look for that delete pane button on the right, click it, and you're done. Super simple, super quick. If you found this little guide helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment below if you ran into.
That's not helpful at all. Can I not how do I remove this fucking thing? Weak volume coming in. How do I remove this? I still don't see how to remove the script. Question mark. How do I stop it? Duh. Okay, and I still got the thing. Okay. Good. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Hmm. Right. Okay, done. So if I just even look at the structure right now, obviously we're coming down to that final bit here. Most interactions are here. Now we've got something here. Now we got something here. And we look like we're right on the downside of that. We are on the way down. Okay, might come into a range afterwards here. Most obvious swing. Okay. So once again, we don't want to take trades in the middle. We always want to wait for here or for here. And even then, just wait. That's the thing about trading, it's just waiting. It's a lot of waiting. That's a true close. And that's where I got in here too. That's higher volume, lesser volume on the red. Right. All right, let's make sure we get this workout in now. I know I did not do my thing. I did not do my thing. Testing, testing, testing. Let's get the work in. 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 You know, at least positively, I hadn't looked at charts in months. I haven't looked at charts in months. Yesterday was the first time I took a trade in months. So I feel like something's changing here. Something's changing. Start a workout?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Start a workout. even though I didn't do my morning routine, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I didn't do my morning routine, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though the trade made me, even though there's a part of me that feels good about winning that trade. There you go. Even though there's a part of me that feels good about winning that trade, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though there's a part of me that feels good about winning that trade, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Okay, game. Let's go. $70. $80. 100. Even though I feel guilty that I didn't do my morning routine, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel guilty, that I didn't finish my morning routine, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. See, that's the thing, it takes time. It all takes time. All of it. All of it takes time. Oh, man. All of it takes time. Volume and price. Let's go. Let's go, Gabe. Let's go, Gabriel. Come on. Let's go. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. This is last 100. Come on. You do this every day. You do this every day. Like it's nothing. You do this every day like it's nothing. 20. $30. 40. 50. 60. 60, another one. 1, 2, 3. 70. Focus. 70. 1, 2, 3, 4. 80. 90. 100. Done. $100. Let's go. Let's go, man. That's it. Let's go. Put that work in. Put that fucking work in. Why? Because all work is easy. That's it. All work is easy. All work is easy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Yes. 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 Let's go. Ah. Yes. Yes, I can. 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 I have the patience. I have the patience to do this. I have the patience to do this. I absolutely have the undeniable patience to do this. I have the undeniable patience to do this. I have the undeniable patience to do this. It's undeniable. I have the patience to do this. I have the patience. Even though I was impatient before, I'm very patient. I know that good things come to those who wait. Even though I was impatient, I know good things come to those who wait. Even though I was highly impatient, I know good things come to those who wait. Even though I was impatient, I know good things come to those who wait. Let's go. Let's go. Glitter, 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 glitter. Glitter, glitter, glitter. Let's go. Yes. 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 Let's go. Get it up. Get it up. Get it up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get that work in, Gabriel. Let's get that work in. All work is easy. All of this is easy. This is easy, man. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can. Yes. 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 Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I own you. I own you. I own you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Move your ass. And let's go. Move your ass and let's go. Move your ass and let's go. Move your ass and let's go. That's it. Just move your fucking ass and let's fucking go. That's it. Move your ass and let's go. That's it. Move your ass and let's go. Move your ass and let's go. That's it. Move your ass and let's go. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred day. Thank you, God, for giving me the strength to continue on with my journey. I know it's not easy. Respect to all the people that actually do create successful businesses, because this shit is not easy. I acknowledge that. It's simple, but it's not easy. It's simple in practice, in idea, but it's not easy. Execution is a real thing, and I choose to upgrade and become a master executor now. Master executor. That's it. Great to have ideas, but execution beats everything else. Great to have ideas, but an average idea, I think executed incredibly well, is going to be far more important. That's it. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for today. Thank you. The weather outside is very frightful, and it is very much snowing a lot. So, I've got nowhere to go. I've got nowhere to go. And now it's time to work. I probably sound like I'm fucking bipolar or something like this. One day I'm fucking sad, one day I'm happy. It is stressful. It is stressful. All right, let's get to work here. Let's get to work in, do what we got to do. Let's get going. Mm. Yeah, you gotta fix that later. All right, well, this is where I left off. Okay, that's the dashboard. Today you tighten the entire LifeOS by the refactory logic and resolve the core confusion that was stalling you. Clarify the bridge SSOT. Okay. I gotta refactor the systems. And then I gotta do what? Audit refactor WPS step 15. Okay. All right. I did refactor the systems cover page. I already did that. Look at the LifeOS database is necessary. Yes. Okay, so we know that. Time tracker. Right, I've already determined that this is pretty much the cadence here. It's going to always be that I need excuse me. It's always going to be that I need the like a standard template for even refactoring systems, because even in any individual system, it's still going to be refactoring a system, a database or whatever. And I'm always working on the systems here, so this is pretty much the work. This is pretty much it every single time. All right, ready? Yes. Okay, so we did that. Time track. We already know what we're doing. We already have it logged. And now let's get the break in. Drink smoothie. Do routine. Get to work. So on and so on and so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
As I said, my name
crazy, yelling out answers. His name was Tony. And as much sound, as loud as you can for 30 seconds and outdo the person you're looking at on the screen. All right, but there's 30 seconds. What? Religion, dance, let go, be kind to yourself, trust. It always happens for. That's it. My new story rocks. It's because I can see you guys and answer your direct questions. So all the people that are gold card members here, VIPs, give yourself an extra 30 minutes tomorrow if you'd like. And that way we can have a personal direct interaction. I know we didn't schedule that, but I'd love to do it for you. If you're open to it, I'll do that tomorrow. Just keep it on your schedule, okay?
I told you, he over-delivers. Woo. If all of us could have the heart that Tony Robbins has, then it would be even.
Tony says, "What's wrong?" The guy stands up and he's like, "Having a bad relationship." And then Tony in his, big ass way, "All right, boom, fixed." The guy's fixed in that moment, but he's gonna have to go home and still deal with the problems that are the root issues of that. If you're new here, my name is Noah Kagan. I'm the founder of AppSumo.com. I was number 30 at Facebook, number 4 at Mint.com. So if you're an entrepreneur or you wanna be one, I wanna help you, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. Quick timeout and disclaimers before we dive into the story. There's no denying he's helped millions of people all across the world over many, many, many years. So a lot of respect around that. And just because I didn't personally like the way the dish tasted doesn't mean it's not tasty and enjoyable and helpful for so many other people out there. I did do my best to stay, it doesn't mean it's not tasty and enjoyable and helpful for so many other people out there. I did do my best to stay at this event. I didn't go there with the intent of leaving. When I went there, I actually intentionally didn't sit with my friends so I wouldn't be biased or anything else that happens event. And for me, man, I really buried that. Myself, I really have been able to ruin 5 stage. It's just this, up and very down. You're standing up, sitting down, like probably 15 times. And then they have you meet your neighbors more deeply. And you're like, hello, talk to your neighbor about some really personal problems, like really intimate things with a random stranger. Which sometimes that makes it a little bit easier. And then he did have great stories. I haven't seen that. It's an experience. He comes out really strong, and then he starts repeating things over and over, which is, was it NLP, where, they're trying to process things. And then he does back up things with statistics. Tony is a pro, right? Like, this guy's been doing this kind of thing for 30 years. And sometimes when there's books or speakers or movies or things that are really popular, there's a reason. And it is fun to kind of understand and dissect. Events starting to happen. You meet your neighbor and or wherever you watch your back. It did feel like there's 14,000 problems that Tony's trying to solve. So there's a lot of things all over the place that he's going to be going over. He would have someone stand up. He's like, "What are you afraid of? All right, let's solve that." Boom, you're solved. And you're just like, what just happened? That's like, this person has deep-seated trauma from their family or from their upbringing or from things going on. There's no way that's really solved in 15 seconds. And it just kind of like the way that some of those things were addressed, I think there's just really serious things that people really need to talk about. I don't think it could be like, magic, boom. You know, it's kind of like a hypnotist, right? Do hypnotists work? Is magic real? Does the tooth fairy real? As well, through the way he structured the days, they sell supplements. There's literally a day in Unleash Power Within dedicated to selling you supplements. And I'm like, how the F does this make any sense with the problems that we're trying to work on? I didn't need it. I don't really want to go to the vitamin store. You know, you're singing, you're sitting, you're seeing him heal different people based on, you know, kind of felt like superficial and shallow solutions. I was just feeling dread. I was just like, I really want to be doing anything else but this. And that's maybe part of the solution, which is I was uncomfortable. So I took a look at the agenda and I just felt like this wasn't a good use of my time. Even though like friends knew I was going, I flew and came all the way to California from Texas just for this event. And I was like, all right, it's time. So I was embarrassed. I was like, man, I came all this way. I still have these problems. I would like to work on them. And it doesn't feel like this is helping. Was I disappointed? Yeah, like I wanted to solve this stuff. But I felt empowered for doing what I wanted. I felt empowered for saying no to something that I didn't want to do anymore and I didn't think it was leading me in the right direction. Make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Behind the scenes, you need to make sure you hit that subscribe button and that little button. Relationships. You're a close friend of mine and we just talked deeply about the other side of life is just how I was looking at more secret to a master that I'm avoiding and getting advice and strategy, definitely. But really, so if you are going to a mastermind group and getting advice and strategy, definitely. To be true. There's no there to be a hard problem actually then place it. So it's like I have found and will friend having a mastermind for these types into that. Some people travel. I put out the ways to cool about Tony. It went viral because I think he is a polarizing person in a good way for you as weekend or even people you'd want around maybe that I would let a great a coach and probably a few of my peers to get some maybe the same films or you to maybe interest me like a walk. Is it deep? And I was like distracting. Maybe it's actually and then last maybe it's I think rather team business or easier than that.
Good morning, champions. Let me ask you something. It's no longer
Okay. All right, deep work. Let's go back to OBS. Let's put up the timer here. Okay. Let's go to ChatGPT. Okay. I'm gonna export. This is the deep work session of today. Period. We still have to review the steps and the cadence of what we got to finish up here for the audit. Period. There's missing one step here. there. I gotta use the toilet. I'll be right back. It's officially time. Looks good to me, right? Yes. Yeah. right, look at my CSV. Look at the CSV attachment. Transcribe each database and the associated audit order and confirm with green checks and red X's if this is the accurate order. So that we have the pipeline all set up once and for all. It's legit snowing a lot. And you know what I feel like doing right now? I feel like let's add the scene from outside. It is legit snowy, snowy, baby. It is snowy, snowy today. That is exactly what is going on today. It is a snowy, snowy day. Snowy, snowy. I'm going to put this all the way to the back, slightly in front though. And we're going to put this over here. So at least we can see what it is outside. That's what it is outside right now. Yeah, that's just over. It's very snowy outside. No, let's take that off. Let's take it off. Okay. Compass, four swords, check, auditor. Yeah, all of these are the right order, right? Okay, cool. So we know that, right? I'm going to keep this here for the daily reflection because I'm going to use that for the audit in the future. No problemo. Next. What is it going to take to finish this brick? Is when I reviewed the every LifeOS database, yes. On one page, yes. Okay, right. That's where we left off. That was the issue here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, great. So now that that's done and taken care of, I'm going to leave the databases as they are because I'm going to use that daily reflection as part of the audit to track whatever I need to so that I know if something is wrong and what needs to change specifically, either with me or with my business. And I'll use those individual entries to roll up into the systems audit or the life review audit. Period. Now, having said that, moving on, let's look at the 2 screenshots and the drawings. Period. Can you confirm what the screenshot is with the boxes would be called, and what is the screenshot with the funnel looking drawing sketch question mark? So if, let's say, we're backtracking to the whole point of where I was getting stuck, comma, we're saying that the systems audit is where I identify what the issue is. That's what helps mint the cross point. But at the same time, that systems audit is going to literally help me isolate a system that I would then have to determine if it already exists, the databases, and it's actually in the master database registry, comma, I would then have to go about the process of screenshotting and exporting each and every single database. And then that's where I would then have to identify what is currently existing and then identify the refactor so that the bridge viability test and the bridge charter shows me the blueprint and the outline. Or am I completely wrong on that thinking? Which I should be right. It should. So the idea here is, let's see if we can add something to the pen here. The pen. Oh, scroll. Yes, of course. Can scroll, right? Okay, so good. I can do that at least. And can I also scroll down the page? Okay, yeah, I can. All right, so if I go here, all right, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if I say one, okay, good. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm gonna do that with the pen too. Process map. Okay, let's think about that here. Okay, that probably makes more sense. Having a current state be actually here for the cross point. So if that current state is there instead of in the audit page, that makes some sense here. But that's still part of the thing. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Comma, but the next thing that I'm thinking of is why not just do what we did with the bridge viability test and the bridge charter and apply that to the systems audit and the crosspoint, where instead of having a crosspoint database, comma, we have a systems audit database that holds the crosspoint as a property. Or is that not advised? Question mark. That's kind of nice because now I can see outside. Or I mean, I could just look outside, Gabriel. You could just look outside. Like if I look over here, like this is the weather today. It's a lot of snow. It's a lot of snow today. It's one of those days where you just want to stay inside and don't do anything. But I digress. We must go back to the work. Right. And this is also what I realized too. If I have that buffer time from a deep work cycle and I finish the bricks and I don't have anything else, just read a book, man. Read some books. Okay, current state. Okay, please take a look here at this process map. Open parenthesis, is that what it's called? Question mark, close parenthesis. And determine where this current state snapshot that you're talking about goes. Because I thought it was supposed to go in the audit stage. And then from there, that mints the cross point. But are you saying that we just run the audit and then mint the cross point and then determine the current state? Does that make sense? Question mark. Shouldn't it be that the audit determines what the current state is so that way we know exactly what the cross point is and what the issue, what the diagnostic is of the problem? Question mark. Let's see. It's good that I kept this Wacom tablet because it's very simple. It's very simple to just do all the writing on here. Now I can make these sketches really simply. Vision board is more supplementary. Maybe even they get merged at some point in the future. The audit, though. Again, I'm gonna need more tips at some point. And I'm glad that they actually updated the software on the Wacom and Tuos. That was good that they did that. Right. Erase. Erase. I feel way better today mentally. I think it's the food. And I think it was the popcorn with the salt and the butter. The question is why? Current state. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then if that's the case, then let's open up Systems Auditor. There should be, yep, okay, there's a link there. All right, let's take these three at a time. Okay, let's take a look at the first, these specific stages of the audit, starting from the audit to the cross point to the bridge charter, period. If we're saying that the flow is audit, comma, current state, comma, cross point, comma, charter, comma, BVT, comma, bridge checklist, comma, and so on and so forth, comma, then are these templates accurate in what they need to show? Dot, dot, dot. Because I'm kind of second guessing these templates and what the purpose of them then is for. It's a lot of snow today. A lot of snow today. All right, so, a repeatable process for running through deep work cycles. That's it. I'm trying to build a repeatable process for running through deep work cycles. That's my only goal right now. So that way I can get to the sales operating system. I can get to all these other operating systems. Audit, crosspoint, charter, deep work, cycle plan, brick. That's it. That's my goal. A repeatable process for running through the entire deep work stuff. That's it. That's what I'm trying to do here. A repeatable process for running through deep work cycles, right? Okay, now that makes a bit more sense. Mm-hmm. Problem, evidence, design. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere here. Okay, now we're getting somewhere here because you just mentioned that the audit is diagnosing the problem. And then the cross point is basically that one statement that says, okay, there is no da 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 XYZ, or this is the problem, and it's showing what the current issue is. Period. So that kind of makes sense. And then the charter basically says, well, here's the solution, period. Now, the question is, for that current state snapshot, should it go in crosspoint or should it go actually in the bridge charter so that way I actually do that all in one session? Question mark. But also, again, at the same time, now I'm a bit like confused because if the whole point of the audit is to audit what's currently happening, how do I now determine to say, okay, well, this is the problem with this current system? Question mark. It seems like current state, from my understanding right now, and I would need you to research what professionals are doing, is they look at what's currently existing and what needs to be the change, which is the proposal, right? Period. So at what stage does the current state come in if we are looking at auditing something? You get what I'm saying? Question mark. So at what stage am I going to be looking at every database in a system and taking the screenshot of the database description and uploading the CSV to you so that you can see it and then transform it into the recommended suggested changes? Question mark. That's the key thing. And then you create more fucking databases. And I don't think you want to do that. Audit, crosspoint, current state, charter solution. Okay, we have systems auditor. We have the auditor DB. Okay, so let's take these three at a time. All right. It's the bird's eye view, and then the current state is here. Okay, so just to confirm this one last time, comma. Yesterday's deep work session, you said clearly that the current state snapshot should be at the very top of the bridge charter, comma. And now you're saying that the current state should be in the cross point, period. Why are you continuously changing what you're saying? Okay, so then now the question is, how would that work in real time? Okay, so if let's say, here is me, right? And I've got my compass, right? True north. Okay. So in order for me to get here, I look at the audit. Then I've got this part right here, which is telling me what? This is the cross point. This has to tell me oh, that's nice. Okay, but then if that's the case, if that's happening, fine. Okay, let's pressure test this logic now. Period. Look at the screenshot. Comma. If we're saying that the upload the databases and the property schema as a CSV file, period, you would have to be able to tell me the solution immediately then, period. Why not just, And if you tell me the solution immediately, which is your proposed property schema, the refactored database description, and the correct order of what it's going to take to fix this particular subsystem, comma, then what would be the purpose of having a bridge build checklist then? Question mark. I would imagine that you would return to me, just like you did in the last deep work cycle for the deep work operating system, a list of the databases and the proposed property schema so that everything is logical and tight. Period. Why would I go through the extra work of now reinserting that information into the bridge build checklist? Or do I want to be doing that? Question mark. Because ultimately from there, from bridge build checklist, we then go to the deep work cycle plan, which is to basically outline Crosspoint, charters the solution, checklist. After that, systems cover page, okay. And then after that, we have cycle, deep work, etc. Okay. I mean, all of these databases are fine, so I don't need to touch them necessarily. It is a snowstorm today, boy. It's a blizzard right now. If I can propose the refactor, mm, the charter is where you and I produce the proposal. Yes, that makes sense. Databases plus the order plus the schema. The checklist DB is where the proposal bullets become automatic, checkable rows. No double work. The clean factory pipeline, minimal friction systems audit. Find the problem area, mint. Crosspoint for evidence. Attach screenshots of DB descriptions. What's broken notes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the charter produces the blueprint. Charter produces blueprint. Checklist, atomic requirements ledger, cycle plan pulls from the checklist automatically. Okay. Okay, save that as a memory. So, all right, save all of this from today's session as a memory so that way you and I know we're on the same page and we're referencing all of this and we're referencing that factory flow for shipping a brick and shipping and making sure that a bridge is viable. So that way this process is pretty much instantaneous for future systems. All right, break. Okay, so all of that is confirmed. Okay. Okay, now, if that's the case, Oh, boy. Two, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's do these first three at least. Okay, so we've already determined that okay, and just to confirm, comma, are we saying that all of these databases are to keep as part of that cycle? Running a full loop? Question mark. I think the only thing that you mentioned that is optional was the daily reflections, but I'm keeping that. Period. Otherwise, is this all in there for keeps? Question mark. All right, so this is the next thing. That's a lot of snow. That's a whole lot of snow. Okay, right now we're going to isolate and just make sure that we have these three databases locked in with the loop, which are the systems auditor database, comma, the crosspoints database, and the bridge charter database. Period. We're going to focus on that right now. Period. All right, and now from here, you gotta do the thing. PDF template, CSV database, Export screenshot. Yep. Right, because now you can see the properties. That's pretty simple. And you have the template. And then, yes, same thing here. Export CSV. All right, if I'm taking up 6,174 megabytes per second, let's see how we're doing here. Yep, my download speed is going down, down, baby. No cheat on the range, going doom, doom, baby. Okay, well, at least we have a comfortable 24 megabits a second. All right, so that's plenty. So, Man, it is just snowing a lot. It's just snowing like nonstop right now. Like, yeah, that's a lot of snow, man. That is a lot of freaking snow. Let's move this around here. Yep. I don't know if you can even see the ground here. But that's a lot of snow, man. And here I am behind that monitor. Yep. That's where I am. Yeah. That's where I worked out this morning. That's my desk. And that's what's happening right now. Just a lot of snow. Just a lot of snow. It's just a lot of snow right now, you know? Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the work. Mr. Serra. All right, let's go here. Where's my charter? Mm-hmm. Come on. One, two, three. That's it. I just need the auditor, crosspoint, and bridge charter. Please. Auditor, crosspoint, bridge charter, please. That's it. Okay, we already have that. So if we already know the purpose of the systems auditor, comma, the crosspoint, comma, and the bridge charter, comma, I need you to carefully audit all of the attachments, and we're going to work on the template of each one, period. If the audit is for like a 30,000 overview and the cross point is for the evidence of what's actually going on, and I'm supposed to like, do that step of analyzing everything that's wrong or whatever, what's going on, or whether or not I have a system. And then the bridge charter is supposed to basically outline those refactors, updates / refactors, or refactors, or propose the outline for the bridge viability test. Viability test to be able to cross that cross point. Comma, then I think the templates need to be updated. Comma, then I think those templates need to be updated because for me personally, it's not clear. Period. So I need you to basically create a section header that is, again, human understandable. Because if a human can understand it, then an agent surely will be able to. Definitely. So we need a header, comma, a prompt for what to fill out for each section. And there shouldn't be too many sections or too many headers for each template, period. Like if we go to the charter template, we are defining the problem, but we've already stated the problem in the previous stage. And the charter is only supposed to be for the solution. You get what I'm saying? Period. So I need you to transcribe everything that we have currently in each template and use green checks or red X's of what to keep and what goes, comma. Then I need your optimized proposed order, period. And please, less is going to be more. Ensure that the templates are going to give us the exact narrative that we need every single time, repeatable like clockwork, so that there is no ambiguity, there's no friction, and everything is just ready to go and it's simplified. Period. The simpler, the better. We're not looking for complexity. We're looking for simplicity. Period. We need effortless simplicity. Period. Because if we sell this to the public and then they have issues figuring it out, well, then it defeats the purpose. Period. I'm not trying to look smart. I'm trying to be helpful. You know? Let's see what's going on in the charts right now. let's see what's going on in the markets right now while that thing is doing its thing. Yes, so that's a more accurate signal. We're on the way down. Yep, because this candle was significantly weaker. And if we look at this right here, that bullish signal was less volume. Now we have more sell. So if we, yep, exactly. Oh, but then look at here. Less volume. Way less volume. That's for sure. And I think everything is going to be waiting on this. And then there's going to be another opportunity coming up into here. And that's going to be it for today. Announcements at 10:30. If I go to FX Street and I look at the econ calendar, okay, so dollar is bullish as of Friday, which means what? In terms of this, we should see pound weakness. Okay, we should see pound weakness. So our idea and our sentiment should be on the short side. Oops, don't need that. Or maybe we do. We see, yep, ECB's. Okay, that was February 15th. I'm only looking for this week. Today. Let's look at today. RBMZ's speech. That already came in. Right. Okay. We already see the euro stuff. GBP retail sales. This was Friday. This is February today. What time zone are we in? 9:50. Okay. So we're at the 9:50 time zone. Okay. GMT +1. So we're still waiting on, in 8 minutes, we should have something from the euro. And then in 38 minutes, we're going to have the pound PMI. Okay. We should see the Canadian dollar retail sales come in. 230. 230. This is the big stuff that's happening right now. It's going to be pretty big. Yeah. Yeah, that should be pretty big here. GDP, yep. And what is, yeah, impact, high impact, yep, exactly. This is high impact stuff right here. Actual, what's the previous, was consensus. Right, do we have a miss or a beat on consensus? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was significantly better. Retail sales. for UK was actual 5.5. Previous was 2.5. Consensus was 3.6. So we should see something match up here at 8 o'clock. But again, you have interest rates to keep in mind. So what do we have here? Yeah, exactly. That was the move at 8 o'clock. That was the move at 8 o'clock. That's what moved it. So this was retail sales. This was that meeting right there. And that actually did a horrible job. TradingView did a horrible job of aggregating that news. So what's the other one? There is another one here. There's FX Street. Forex Factory, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Forex Factory. Medium and high impact for all major currencies in the world. Yes. And let's add this to our website. All right. Oh, but that's not it. It's Command W. Right. Okay, let's go to Forex Factory. Let's see what we have here for today. This week. Yeah, I want to see today though. There we go. There we go. Today's a big day here. Nope. This is all for Friday. $10:30, you have PMI. 2:30, you've got GDP. Yep, that's a big one. Core PCE, Price Consumer Index. Yeah, we should see. Yeah. Yeah, so up to right here, basically, this is what you're just dealing with. You're dealing with just price action until you get to about here. And we're going to see market ranging. There's not much going on here. Even still, you never trade in the middle. You know, like that's like the cardinal basic thing. Don't trade in the middle. Obviously, someone can say, okay, this is the third zone, sure, but what's the higher time frame trend? And where are we on this candle? I mean, unless we very likely see everything come down up into this zone right here. I mean, I'd still go for shorts in this environment. Just trade with it. Trade with that trend, sir. Unless you have a break over here and then you have that opportunity, okay, fine. Close out. Next. Back to work. Yeah, everything goes in there. Not important, Mr. Sarah. Please get back to work. Okay, great. What I need your help with now is I need you to update this template for the audit, because if we're saying that the audit is just a 30,000 view foot overhead view, comma, let's ask ourselves, I need you to basically construct the outline of how this would go. And I want you to give me like a little about at the very top of the page so that we can always stay in line, and a prompt so that when I give it to you, you fill it out for me, period. So there should always be 3 sections for each template. What is it about and why is it important, comma, a prompt on how to do it, 3, the actual sections. The actual sections, comma, with prompts underneath each section. Header, period. Header, period. Now remember, now remember that less is more. And we are always striving for effortless simplicity and crystal clear clarity. All right, let's see what it says here. Why is it updating save memory? Okay, reprint that word for word with bold headers so that way I know what to copy where, because this is already too confusing. All right, thank you God for this tea. This is tea for my greatest and that's good. Okay, let's work on this template. Colon. I need you to audit and grade the effectiveness and the clarity of this out of 100%, period. According to the goal of the systems auditor database as we have on file in your memory. Period. Is this clear? And will this ever need to be edited again? Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay. Volume is weak. We got the FOMC. I'm going to put in a short order just for fun. Just to see what happens here. Gold PMI, if previous and forecast was to come in at that. Yeah, it could be nothing happens. That's true. Well, obviously, if you're going to fucking do that, you got to know. Nope. Yeah, you're not going to go fucking 0 to 5, bro. That could take forever. 34740. Yeah, that was weak volume. Let us see. Right, 1% is 1,000. $20,000. Nope. Okay. Oh, because I have margin on or something like this, right? Right, I have leverage. Right. Hello. The fuck? And sometimes, you know, you might not even have anything right now. I'm still expecting dollar strength. Yep. Five, go. And let's see what the consensus was. Oh. That was a gap up. Oh, and I'm out. Yep. When you see the gap up, I mean, that should have been thought of, Gabriel. Oh, but look at that, though. That volume isn't telling me much as of right now. There's nothing really telling me to justify that volume. So if you wait for the next 5-minute candle close, you should see more volume on the sell side. Especially if that closes out weak. That's a strong bullish candle, man. True. And that's a gap up. But it would really depend on the volume here. If there's not enough volume to justify this kind of candle, then I'm not really convinced on that one. But let's see how it finishes out. Yeah, and of course, you want the right, that came in and wicked in. Okay. We look like we're rejecting. There's enough pressure. Yep. There we go. I mean, I think so. You're gonna, and also price is gonna fill that gap too. That's one thing that I've seen for sure. Price usually fills that gap. Because right now it's not anything. It's not trying to trade anything. It's just having a good time right now, man. This is my mental break for right now. I mean, you can't deny that gap up. Price should come in to fill that gap. Yeah, and also too, it can do the thing where just like it closes above, and then it closes back in, and it can do all that kind of shit that it always does. Yeah, so it closed above. All right, so we had a candle close above. Sure, that seems, fucking bullish or whatever. But it will depend on this candle right here. Does this candle close above, test, go back up? Or does it close down, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just goes away. So I already see gap, close above. If we have a weak candle here, that'll tell me a lot. Especially when, how do we come in here? Forecast it. So I did it slightly better. But I think the real test would be, again, what's happening in the US market at 230. So that's going to be the trade, I think. That's what everyone's waiting for this afternoon. Possible. You know? The next high up here. Possible. Yeah, that could be an exhaustion kind of bar. That's fine. We just wait. We just wait and see what's good. Yep. Right. We'll get there. And then next thing you know, you start realizing it's like, oh shit, that's 5 minutes, that's 10 minutes. That's, you know, that's why I was building this algo. Sure, we could say, you know, we're on the top side of that. But that's a very, very unconvincing tell for me. It all looks weak. And then the next thing you know, that's already 5 minutes. That's 10 minutes. This has already been 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes waiting for the setup. This is where I left off with 2. This is what I was saying. Like, I don't necessarily see the advantage to day unless I'm doing something wrong. Yep. Inside. No. The high. The high is still higher than this one. But you see how you close back in? There you go. Now we just need that real confirmation here that we're going back down. And that's why you would have to stay here in front of the charts. That's why you'd have to look at the charts quite often. Quite often. I would need to see like a green candle print with low volume and then a red candle print with higher volume to show me, okay, yeah, that was the thing. They're serious about this now. Yep. Yeah. So that's where we are right now. Let's let it go. Let's get back to work. And now because you did that, now you're task switching. And now it's going to take you some time to get back up to speed. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Focus, focus, focus. All right. So what I need you to do is you are make your updates necessary to have this template be never need to touch again. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to ask ourselves a series of questions. Once again, by asking from the top down. Okay, so looking from the bird's eye view for an audit, what exactly are the key, most critical questions that we have to ask in an audit for someone's life and for systems and all the stuff that we're doing? What is the key thing that we have to be asking in order to distill what we need so that we have a minted cross point? Period. So I need you to look through everything you have given me in this template, and we need to just figure out the questions right now and the prompts to those questions. Period. Okay? You gave me this. Would this still apply? Question mark. Just out of curiosity. Okay, that's a very weak close. Very weak close, very weak volume. Volume, it looks like it's diminishing on the buy side. Yep, that's a very unconvincing, right? And that's what it's going to wait for, that 30-minute. So we're going to do a dance, and then we're probably going to come back down lower. But, hey, Gabriel, look, pay attention. What are we doing? What are we doing? Hi. Yes, but we're not looking at that. We're not looking at that. Yes, we are closing above here, it looks like. And this can go on and on like this forever until 2:30, Gabriel. So leave it alone. Mm. Good. Let's delete it. Okay, great. Now we're getting somewhere. Period. Now, I want you to look over this update. And I want you to research what the top businesses and companies and factories of the world and auditors do to figure out what's the real problem in their business and how they fix it. Period. What would be the questions that I need to be asking? And is this already going to satisfy that? All that snow fell. All right, well, that's doing that. Yeah, that's it. That's my look right there, at least for right now. Why am I doing that here? Oh. I mean, that's pretty exaggerated. And that's very not wise. Because you're going to be holding on to that for a long, long time. And today's Friday, guy. So let's just assume that there you go. There's our stop right there. Yep. Okay, good. I think these are good confirmations. I think. Because that's all you're doing. You're just thinking. You are just thinking. Yeah, you might come in to test again, sure. You know, that's the other thing too. Yeah, it may do the dance, or sure, whatever. There you go. One trade in a day. Taking profit. Sure, whatever. Yeah, that was very much weaker volume. Let's see if we get better volume on the downside. Very likely, it doesn't matter. Just leave it alone. Okay. Yes. Going to sanity check your template audit against how top performing orgs and diagnose, give you two, define the gap. to find the gap using evidence. All right, you're getting too ahead of yourself. Period. We got to focus, laser focus on just one thing that we're doing right now. And what's the one thing that we're doing right now? We're focusing on the questions of the audit. Period. So I need you to basically integrate what you just said with this into one section. Period. All right, look this over again. Okay, look this over again and tell me if this would accurately provide a diagnosis with a 30,000 foot overview of my life compass or a business. Because let's say a business is a living entity and it has its own compass and its own direction that it's going in, fine, sure, comma, but let's just say that right now for my life / business / purpose, I'm going in one specific direction and I'm doing this audit every single cycle, period. Is this going to be the thing that gives us the full diagnostic and says, okay, well, what could be the issue here? There is no whatever, fill in the blank. And then that's what creates the cross point. ... So I need you to look at this and give me a grade out of 100% in terms of the completeness of this. So that if I were to give this to you in the future and basically spit out all my problems, you could help me consolidate that into one simple thing. Okay. Yeah, that's what we want to know. Right. Okay, let's do a polish on here so that everything is clean, structured, and organized. I never have to touch it again, and I can just literally give you this, tell you what my issues are, and then you organize my thoughts for me. Let's check it out. Yep, fairly good telltale sign here. Fairly good. Because if this is closing higher, it's still closing bearish. And we have what? We've got what? More volume on the what? Exactly. So still got to fill that in. And we leave it alone for the rest of the day, Gabriel. It's not important. Here's the policy over touch version again. I removed redundancy. You had two different audit templates. No. WORNG. WRONG. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Period. I did not ask you anything about adding in micro prompt or any other bullshit. Period. Stop making up your own fucking story, please. Please, you are not following instructions, and it really aggravates me every single time that you do this. And I'm not going to be working with you anymore, and ultimately ChatGPT is going to lose my business and my dollars if you do not get your shit together. Period. Now, I clearly asked you a very specific thing, and it had nothing to do with adding in other fucking sections. Period. So you have to pay attention here. Period. The only thing that I asked you was to do a polish so that this section is structured and organized. Period. I never said the whole thing. Period. It's only just the one section that I'm working on. Period. Now, I need you to pay careful attention and do exactly that because we're working on just one section of the template at a time. Can you follow that instruction? Question mark. You're supposed to be AI. You're supposed to be more intelligent and smarter than a human. Can you actually do that? Question mark. When I say let's get a polish here, I mean take this section only and make sure that it is optimized and good to go so that we never have to touch this again. And so that if I were to have to do this on myself because you prove to be too incompetent, that I can look at this myself and answer these questions on my own, period. So I need you to optimize just this to ensure that this is polished and ready to go. Just this one section. Nothing else, Chief. I hate when it does that. It gets me so aggravated. It gets me so aggravated because it's like, hey man, this is time. This takes time. All this takes fucking time. I can't be a fucking master trader of the universe if I have to build my LifeOS. I can't fucking build my LifeOS if I have to do all this other shit, you know? Yeah. Yeah, weak fucking bullish volume. Yes, exactly. So we should see a fucking stronger to the downside. Yes, we should. Let's finish this. Fuck. And this takes a while. This takes a really long while. Really long while. No, I'm not a fucking victim. God damn it. I'm not a fucking victim. I'm here to be empowered. I'm here to fucking do what I gotta do. That's right. That's right, motherfucker. That's right. Oops. No, I'm not gonna fucking feel sorry for myself about anything. I'm doing this. I'm choosing to do this. Regardless of the outcome, I'm choosing to do it. That's it. Work. Work. Guy. Let's do the work, guy. All right, give me an audit and grade out of 100% in terms of completeness, so that there is never have to touch this thing ever the fuck again. Period. If the whole thing about this is to look at my life compass, comma, then look at my decision matrix and my life checkpoints and where I want to be. And then I'm auditing and I'm saying, okay, well, what's the issue here then? What are we not doing? Whatever. I can then spitball and just tell you all the shit that's going on in my life, whatever. And I can use daily reflections, etc. And I can upload all that stuff to you. And then you can say, okay, well, this is what's going on with you. Period. And then you basically organize everything that's going on in these questions or sections or whatever. And we can clearly identify what's the exact cross point, because that's the whole thing. It's to understand, where am I intending to go? What's stopping me? And that's the cross point that has to get minted. So we have to take the dream and make it into reality. That's the goal. Take the dream, make it reality. And that audit is basically the bridge between dream and reality. It's the beginning stages. It's the gateway to the reality, to making that dream, whatever my compass is, whatever my true north is, the reality, period. Does this section accomplish that? Okay, good. Yeah, more cell pressure. Yep, but it's gonna go fucking slow until what, 2:30. That's what it is right now, man. And obviously you're gonna get it go up, and it's gonna look like up, and then go no. That's how it always is. It goes it's slow, and then that was weak volume. Yep, and now price is filling everything up in here. Yep, we can't all go to Harvard, right? Mr. Sarah, do the work. That's it. It's just doing the work. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. It's just doing the work. Does it reliably emit a cross point? Yes. Okay. All right. Now let's do another audit and grade out of 100%. So that this part right here is never touch again. Period. If a human or an agent is going through this, especially a human, is it going to be clear? Like, hey, you got to answer these questions every single cycle and determine like what's going on right now in your life, and determine what's going on for your business or your life or whatever, and look at your compass, make sure that you know where you're going and what's the checkpoint you want to be at in 6, 12, 24 months from now, or whatever the number is. And what is the friction point right now? What is going on right now? What's challenging you? And then we got to ask ourselves, okay, this is the cross point, and what do I really want? So we got to know first what we don't want, I think, and say, hey, okay, this is not good. This is a problem here, you know? So audit and grade this out of 100% and tell me if this satisfies that and if we're good to move on. Good enough. Good enough is good enough, man. Okay. Okay, now that we're going to lock in section C, the audit. Okay, section C, the audit is locked in and is done, period. Now from here, we reverse engineer and we know what section B is for. We know what has to go in for section A, period. So what you're going to do is you're going to look at section C first, comma. Then look at what the purpose is of the systems auditor, as we've been talking about this section, deep work session, comma. Then print the refactored section B and then section A, period. You're going to use already what's there from section B and section A, and you're just going to make those adjustments so that this is basically never ever touch again, okay? Period. So here's section C, comma, reverse engineer from here, and let's get section B and section A wrapped up so I can just copy and paste. All right, let it do that. Yeah, that's the thing, man. This thing goes fucking slow. This is what I remember about all this stuff, is that it just goes so slow sometimes. Right, you gotta let it go, Gabriel. You gotta let it go. Have to. I have to really take up something that is, because again, if I just watch candlesticks print for the rest of my life, like what the motherfucker? You know? That could be a fucking issue. That could be a real issue. Why is it updating the memory? I guess it was the voice dictation, comma, but I did not intend for you to give me a rewrite of section 8, but rather section Nana. No. All right, let's start over. Period. We just had section C and section B printed, comma. Now we need section A, which is the prompt. Period. You're going to look at section C and section B to print the prompt for section. Use the information from section A and refactor it to apply that content to Section C and Section B. Okay, now let's get a whole audit and grade on the entire template. Because from here, now we know what has to exist in here before we can then say, okay, what has to be the cross point, etc. Give me an audit and grade out of 100%. Okay. What we can estimate here is that this was a real bottleneck session. Okay, since I see that you're saving memories for no reason, comma, I need you to then create this as a memory for sure. And that is that if you're suggesting any edits, comma, you're gonna just be better off reprinting the entire thing for me with your edits, because I'm not gonna go line by line to make those updates. It takes too long. And that's the whole purpose of having AI and Chat GPT. It is so that you just reprint it and I just copy and paste. I'm not gonna fucking do that. That's what the fuck. I'm not going to do all that work. God damn it. I'm not. Jesus Christ. Okay, so what are the edits? Question mark, where's the reprint with your edits? All right, I made the updates that you suggested. Period. What's your grade now out of 100%? We're coming to the close. I'm not going to be doing this again. Okay, good. We're done. Yep, that could have been a retracement or something like this, right? And so if that's the case, and we're here, I could just go off and take away. Okay, so we're missing something from the prompt here because restart iPhone. Restart iPhone. This prompt shouldn't have two different sections where it says AI assistant prompt, paste this when you want me to fill this out. I want you to fill it out every time. That's the whole point of the prompt. Period. So you need to fix that. And if you're saying that there is a contradiction where it says name the responsible system bridge to fix it, but also says do not propose a bridge, and you're saying to name the responsible system only, the bridge will be designed later in the charter, then I need you to update that prompt. Period. So basically, it should always be that for a prompt, it's ChatGPT, it's AI. That's the only reason for a prompt. Period. Otherwise, it's human. The human will read the remaining sections. You get what I'm saying? Question mark? Yeah, when I look at this, I think to myself, holy shit, man, this is really a slow ass process. You got to really, 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 really want to do this. You really have to have a lot of patience for this. You have to have a lot of patience to trade the financial markets. You have to. You really, really have to. And then that means you're basically swing trading at that point. The good thing about trading is that it makes me very time aware of my life. And it makes me realize, holy shit, I'm watching candlesticks print, and this is how I'm spending my life, you know? That's, I guess, the gratitude or the gift in that. All right, let's get another audit and grade here. Period. You mentioned there was contradictions for section, comma, is that still the case now? Question mark. What is the final grade in audit out of 100%? Are we done here? Question mark. We can't be taking 4 hours to update a template. That is absolute stupidity and insanity. You know, that's really important. Like watching these candlesticks print, that takes time. And then after that, you're missing time from other things. If you don't do that, then you're missing, you know what I'm saying? So day trading, it at least for me, because I don't have that institutional background, it's gonna just make more sense to swing trade. All right, let's get another grade and audit out of 100%, period. Where do we stand now with the entire template? Question mark. Are we good to go here? Never touch again? Question mark. Yeah, that's a big thing. It's a really big thing now, you know? The big thing here is having a source of income that scales with me as a human. And I think honestly, maybe being a solopreneur is probably the best thing for someone like me. Like at this stage of my life, if I haven't been an entrepreneur, I don't know if I ever will. I don't know. But maybe I'm also saying, hey, you're taking score too soon, Gabriel. Okay, so I never asked you to give me a reprint of the entire thing. Once again, you're not following instructions. Why are you doing that? Question mark. Number 2 is, if I just gave it to you as is, comma, is this now good to go? If I never made any more edits, because we're doing too many. This is already like the 8th edit. It's too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whatever. Okay. Okay, without doing any auditing or grading, comma, we're moving beyond that. Let's look at the flow now. So if we have the systems audit, and this is what we have here, the end result should be what exactly? Question mark. Should be to print out a cross point, right? Question mark. And I'm assuming from what we talked about earlier that the next stage would be to actually look at the entire system that we audited and we identified as, okay, this is what could be the issue here. Yes? Question mark. So the evidence would be in the cross point template, correct? Question mark. Okay, that ends today's deep work session, period. Write me a 1-paragraph, what shipped today, daily debrief report, and then a grade out of today's deep work session effectiveness out of a 100% and whether or not today's session moved the needle. Okay, so we got the auditor. We know the cross point here. We know the bridge charter. Bridge build checklist, okay. Man, I've been stuck here for the last couple of days. All right, that's going to be it for today. All right. So the main thing is, I get it, trading. It's been months since I looked at the charts. It's been absolutely months. And yeah, you see? This is the fuckery that happens. The fuckery that happens. Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Let's be honest here. But okay, either which way, it seems more and more likely that, I got to figure out something with my life here. Something that I can do and something that I enjoy and that I'm good at. It serves God. It serves whatever God's purpose is for me. Is that trading? This is still where I'm at. Because if it was something that I really wanted to do, wouldn't I have done it? Wouldn't I have done it? I don't know. This is where I am with this process. I've been at this for a few years, and I'm still not where I want to be. I'm still not, financially successful. So do I keep going, or do I know when to cut my losses and just say, okay, it's time to get out of this trade. Let's find the new trade, a new setup, right? Like in a real life situation, let's find a new trade, a new vocation or something. Anyway,